All right, we should be live. We should be live. Put that in the stream playlist. All right, and now we can go ahead, grab the video link. More wang. All right, there we go. Hello, Finna. Glad you can make it back. So yeah, last time we left off, I will say I did make a couple of extra changes, but I haven't done much since last time. I have redesigned the board a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, it's the same. I did change these though to be divots, and I added a bevel modifier. My main reason for this is also I should probably smooth this if I'm gonna have this aesthetic. But yeah, I need divots here in order to actually have the flip buttons that I want. Because what I want it to be is I want it to be essentially like the shop is gonna have buttons on it, but when you crank the lever on the side, it goes ahead and it'll flip the buttons upside down to show the other side. Also, I'm indenting this so it can have that on it. Let's go ahead and add another. Hello, Derpy Sheep. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. I am making a Game Jam game. Um, Let me disable the bevel while I'm editing. So put that in render mode and whatnot, but not in edit mode. I mean, I guess I can leave it in edit mode. I just gotta use face select. And we're gonna go ahead and make a new material here. We're gonna call this screen. And we're going to assign it here. We're gonna make that black. And yeah, this is just gonna act as like an LCD screen. We'll make this button pushing area. Actually, last night, Nintendo smited me because I'm playing Skyward Sword music in the background. Thankfully, I will say, YouTube's taken a lot of L's over the years. One thing that they have improved on is if you have a song detected in your video and someone copyright strikes it or copyright notices it, you're able to tell YouTube, hey, remove not just the audio from this section, because you could always do that, where it goes in, or for a while now you've been able to do that, where it just goes in and says, okay, chop out all audio and you're muted. But now you have the option to remove all copyrighted sound while leaving voice and whatnot. So that way I don't have it gets quiet, but it's not a big problem. All right, so yeah, we have the button pushing area. We'll make this red for right now. We'll assign that there. It does stretch a little bit over, but it should be fine. And now we need to make a new object. We're going to call this shop button. Button small. 0 or 1, sure. Honestly, I'm not even going to keep small in here. Technically, this bottom one is going to be bigger. That's why I was going to put small there, but don't think I really need that. Man, it's lagging my computer a little bit. W of YouTube. I know, it's crazy. In the big 2026, they're actually taking a couple of W's. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a button like this. Let me go to wireframe. So set that to 3, set this to 4. Set that to maybe 1.1. Set that to maybe 0.9. We probably do want this to be a little bit smaller though. So on the X, we'll make it 2.9, maybe 2.8. Or sorry, 3.2. Got to go the other direction. And maybe on the Y, we'll go ahead and bring it forward a little bit. Maybe, I'm thinking maybe 3.8 or 3.9. There we go. 3.2. 3.2. And then this is, yeah, 3.9. So that's going to be 2.1. But yeah, Derpy Sheep, the game is basically a game where you press buttons. The goal of the game is to get enough money or points to be able to afford the biggest button that will open up the center of the mechanism and reveal a giant red button, which you can press. That is the main goal of it. It's very simple in terms of being a game, but I hope it will come out well. See, this should be like 6.8, 3.9, 6.8, 2.1. There we go. Oh wait, where's the center of this object? It's there. I do want to go ahead and say set origin is center of mass. What? Easy opportunity to add something about the real big red button being somewhere else in time. What? Oh, is this the Peaches in another castle? That's what you're talking about? I'm wondering if I should shade smooth this. The only problem is this looks a little weird. I don't know why I'm getting this artifacting. There's got to be a way to fix this artifacting. Why am I getting it? It's probably because of the beveling. Like, it's weird because I have this is the right way. Hmm. But what's weird is if I get rid of the bevel, it's still here. I honestly wonder if this will work. It shouldn't. It kind of helps, though. At least a little bit. Eh, I don't like it. I don't know. It might just be because there's too many things coming out of here. What I might be able to do is take this, subdivide, and put that like right here. So that is at -7. -7, 13. And then what you do is you remove this face. We'll do the same thing over here. So that's -7, 4. And you delete all of these faces. Just like that. And now you do something like this. It might be a UV issue, honestly. If this doesn't fix it, I want to probably just try regenerating my UVs. Looks like that helped for sure. All right. 11 years of Waluigi Goes Wah. Has it actually been 11 years? There's no way it's been 11 years. There's no way it's been 11 years. There's no way. When did Mario Galaxy No Power-Ups come out? Yeah, no, my first video came out 7 years ago. It has not been 11 years yet. The channel itself is 11. Yeah, I mean, I did create it before I started uploading videos. So I want something like this, where it'll come down to a point. I mean, it doesn't have to be a super... Maybe I do just have it be like a panel like this that flips like a flump. Why is the median at... That can't be right. What do you mean the median is at 0y? No, it's not. The median's at like 2y. Oh, it's local. That's why. Because I'm stupid. I'm a stupid, dumb idiot, man. Yeah, I think something simple like this will work. At least for now. We can always redesign it later. We should be able to Alt-D this. Alt-D that again. For those of you who haven't used Blender, Alt-D is like Shift-D. Both are duplicating, except Alt-D creates linked copies. So if I go ahead and edit something with Alt-D, they all get edited. Whereas if I do Shift-D, if I make an edit, it'll only affect that duplicate. So that's why I'm using Alt-D right here. Alright, so now we'll go ahead, we will extend this to 2.9. Oh yeah. This one actually does need to get removed. Unlink, I think? No. I think I need to go to Object. I forget how to unlink it. There's somewhere I can look that's going to basically tell me what object it is. I forget where it is. There it is. Minecraft with only axes? What do you mean by only axes, though? So yeah, for this, I'll just make these green, I guess. Um, I wish that Blender could recognize when I do something obvious, like I say shot button 1 and then I duplicate it. It knows that I'm actually going to want shot button 2. And I didn't have to use their formatting. Because having to do 0.001 when I'm only going to have 10 or 7 objects doesn't really make sense. No tools ever. I mean, I didn't. You don't need tools at all, technically. Also, aren't axes pretty useful because they can like they're not just for wood. It's a pretty decent weapon. So now I'm probably gonna make the material there. Not sure if I want to make. Yeah, I'll probably make the texture there. I'm interested to see what the UV packet looks like. Pretty nice, honestly. Okay. But yeah, for right now, I'll leave it like this. I think it's a pretty good place to leave the model. Hmm. Well, I can do that. Yeah, if I have the UV packet like that, that should help. Um, yeah, let's go ahead and draw out a simple texture. By the way, I did think of a couple new things to add. I have exponent base, crit level. Both of these on the upgrade side basically increase the value that increasing waiting longer gives you. So instead of having 2 to the power of how many seconds you waited, now it's 3 to the power of how many seconds you waited. And crit level will increase that even further. Then I added 2 new button types, auto and reverse. Auto automatically gives points when the timer expires. You can't click it though, so it's more like I mean it's a good button, but it's not gonna give you as many points as like a standard button will. Um, and then there's reverse, which gives you points the earlier it's pressed instead of the later it's pressed. So you have to like notice immediately that it turns on, otherwise you're gonna lose a ton of points. But yeah, I'm just gonna create a small little honestly, I'm gonna create it in GIMP. I'm not gonna create it in Paint, so that way I can actually have a good canvas size. This is just gonna be a very simple base texture, debug texture. It's not going to be this is not going to be the actual texture. But I need something to distinguish when am I having X shop, what am I buying, so I can get the shop to actually work. I'm thinking like a 1024 by 1024 texture sheet. That is a multiple of 2, right? I'm not being stupid. Is it 1024 or is it 1028? No, it's 128. It's 1200. I'm thinking of 128 because yeah, it goes 512, 1024. I know my power's 2. But yeah. For background, yeah, we do want it to be like that. However, we do want about half the background to be I wish I could just say grab the bottom half of the background. Maybe I can. Whoops, we want that to be 0. All right. We'll make this, let's make it purple. Then we'll grab the other side and we'll make that yellow. Bro, yip in game. Or is that YIP? Streamlabs, can you show me the whole UIP in game is so good? What? I do not know what you mean by that. I'm sorry. Yeah, this will be the top one. So let me go ahead and so these will be the shops. Long. Of course, it's using the pen color. Of course, it's still using the pen color. Long. Let's set that to maybe 70. I'm actually going to shorten it to EX time for extra time. Then we're going to have fast but. I think I'm going to create icons for each of these so that we don't have to have words. The words will be on the side and it'll be like when you hover over it, I'm going to have a tooltip up here and it's going to be like, oh, this is what a button does. That sort of thing. Mult EX base. Then we're going to have crit level crit. I can do crit percent. Then we're gonna have regen percent. There we go. You Brian is good in game we call IP in my land. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. So now what we can do is we're gonna go ahead and with the buttons here, standard. spam, risky, then we'll have tricky, then we'll have auto, and then we will have reverse, and then we'll have final. Neat. So go to programming. Uh, the button pusher. Um, debug. Shop. Hello. How have you been? Um, well, actually, my idea might not work. Now that I think about it. I don't know. Let me see if I can create a new material. Um, button pushing device blend. Oh, that's a handle. I guess what I could do is I could make it children. I could make the text children of that. Give me that. Shading. No albedo. Yeah. That doesn't look very good. What does the UVs for these buttons look like? Pretty well packed, honestly. Honestly, yeah, I probably don't want to use that texture. I probably want to have like an image over top of each of these that represents what they are. Let me actually create something like that real quick. So we actually don't care about this. That's garbage. So each of these icons should be maybe like 64 by 64, I'm thinking. Okay. We'll go ahead. I need to make this transparent. Add alpha. There it is. All right. Delete. On. Um, let's just go down the list. Do we have longer button timers? All right, so what we're going to do for this is probably a clock. So we're going to need a... What? Oh, there it is. Please, please stop being stupid, dumb idiot. Please. Please. Okay, now can you stop being dumb idiot, man, please? Whatever, we can just start from the middle and get a decent size. How can I like I'm thinking like an alarm to represent when you have less time or represent when you're getting close to being out of time. Hmm. How do I show that? How can I imagely show that you have more time to press a button? How can I show that? Hmm. I mean, I'm thinking like you have a clock and then you have like a plus sign inside of a clock. Maybe we start at Okay, we start at free. What was that? I pressed free and instead of changing what I had selected to free, it just decided to zoom out for some goddamn reason. Rude. There you go. And then we want the size to be, it's a 64 by 64 image, so we want 64 minus 3, or minus 6 actually. So we want it to be 58 by 58. So something like that. And this will be the first ring. Then we're going to go ahead and make another one. This one will be 6 in. So it'll be something like that. So then it's going to be minus 12. So that's going to be 64 minus 12. That's going to be 56. No, I'm stupid. 56 is what it was last time because that's 64 minus 6. Wait, no, it isn't. Wait, am I being stupid? 64 minus 12. Yes, I'm being stupid. That's minus 8. I'm stupid, dumb idiot, man. 52. So then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put some tick marks around. Let's use a brush, not a... I'm going to make this on a separate layer. That is the wrong pen. Wait, am I being stupid? 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I'm not being stupid. This is, in fact, how a clock looks. For the most part, at least. I don't want to make it perfect, necessarily, because I want it to have that sort of human touch. I think if everything was equal, everything was mathematically perfect, it wouldn't, like, I want this to look like a sticker, essentially, like something that was just stuck on to the button to tell you what it is. So then the next question is, do I have hands? Yeah. But does the clock have hands? That's the real question. I'm sorry. I think the first thing is, for sure, I'm going to have a green check mark in the center of it. Or, not check mark, a green add symbol in the center of it. Something like that. Maybe I make it a little bigger. I think I do want hands, because right now this looks weird. What is this? You don't know that it's a clock. I think if I include hands, it'll look better. Let's first see if putting hands on top makes it look better. Maybe a dark blue would look good, so it kind of stands out against it, against the white background. Let's try putting it underneath here. It's hard to tell that it's actually a clock. Now another option is we go with a black, sort of like bell on the top, sort of like an alarm clock. I mean, something like that could work. The bells on it. But it's not really an alarm that you're stopping. Honestly, something like that doesn't look too bad. What if I do like red hands? Hmm. Like the problem is that it's hard. No, another option is we put the plus behind the clock face. So what we do is we take this. We have, a standard clock face. And then behind it we have like a giant plus symbol. I don't think that's gonna work. I need a much bigger icon, or I need the clock to be smaller, and I don't like it as much. I don't like that design as much. Honestly, this looks okay. I don't hate this idea. If you have a black clock hands, then it's still pretty obvious that you're looking at a clock without being too visually distracting from the point that is saying you get extra time. So I actually don't hate this there as much. Something like this. Maybe I only have one clock hand. Honestly, I like that more because again, I'm supposed to only have one clock hand, or you only have one clock hand in the game with the thing that's ticking down. Yeah, I like this. All right, that's a good first icon. So yeah, this is gonna be um, icons, and I'll export this as icon one. No, I'll call it icon longer button. Cool. Next. Okay. Now we need a next one. So icon, buttons activate quicker. Quick buttons. So what I'm thinking for this one is you have like a base. Um, so you have like a base here. You have a button and it's shooting out. So you have like a button, it's like coming out. You know, it's like you got the smear frame of it coming out. Only problem, how the hell do you how do you show that in like a small like this doesn't look like a button. That looks like a mushroom. I don't know. Hmm. I have an idea. So let's start it at sure, eight's fine. So when we needed to go and then 55, maybe like 50? Nah, 55 it works. We want it to be 8. We want it to be 64 minus 8. That's going to, or minus 16. Can I just do 64 minus 16? I can, and then I don't have to worry about making dumb mistakes. So I'm thinking something like this. Then we put a button on top of it. Or just move the whole frickin' image and not my selection like I wanted. Yeah, I don't know how to show it. How to show that this is a button being pressed. I mean, I guess technically I could literally take a picture of a button. I don't know. I'm not an artist. Like what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have like a button and I have the button on top of it, right? So you have the button and on and coming out of that button. Also, why am I using pencil? But out of that button you have. Okay, why am I doing freaking splines now? Stop it. I said P for paintbrush, damn it. So sort of show that the button is cooling down, it's asleep. That's what I want the icon to be, I think. Eight, and then 40. Wait, what was it? Six. Oh wait, no, it was 50. Yeah, let's go with 50. 48, and then this is going to be a little less. Yeah, Shift B is for bucket. Yes, I actually want you to put it there because God damn it. Alright, see ya, Finna. So yeah, we'll do this at position 12, I think. 40. Let's try 40. And we'll have the size be 64 minus 12. Minus 12. Want that to be 13. This doesn't look centered. Yeah, it's not. 12, 40, 64 minus 24. Yes, 64 minus it's 4,000, of course. How? I should have known. What the hell? 64 minus 24. 40. Yes. And then y will make 13. And of course, I can't move the ellipse because why would I be able to move the damn ellipse? Something like that. And then we have... Honestly, I vibe with it. I think the nub actually kind of works. I do want to put the black screen on top of it so the player knows that it's the button no. So maybe 20. 43. 64 minus 40. 24. And then the size here will be something like that. This isn't centered. No, that's smudge. It's O, I think. Yeah. Oh, it's being stupid, dumb idiot. Why would it actually listen to when I frickin' type in the damn coordinates that I wanted to be in when it could not do that and be a stupid, dumb idiot? How silly of me to expect it to not be a dumb, stupid idiot. You see, it's funny because I don't want it to be a dumb, stupid idiot, but that's what it is. Thank you, GIMP. And I do like this project. I do like GIMP in a lot of ways, but sometimes it can just be so annoying. So would you like to explain why pressing the 6 button while highlighting the damn size, because I want to change the size, did not do that? $43 looks good. I think 8 looks good. Of course I hit pencil. I always hit pencil. There's never a time I don't hit pencil. You know, I'm going to make this its own separate layer just because I don't trust it. I might have to come back and erase it later if I don't like it. I think that's too far down. Alright. Something like that, maybe? Maybe it needs to be a little wider. Something like that, maybe? Cool. And then we will go with this. I want it to be angled somewhat. Something like that, maybe. I can always come back and change it later. I'm pretty happy with this, I think, for now. Alright. Next one. The next one is going to be multiply points. We can just call this one icon mult. This one should be pretty obvious. It's just going to be a big X. Actually, I think I should write this as X2. Something like that. Something like that, maybe? That works kind of good. The only problem is this needs to be closer. That works pretty well, I think. Then the next one's the exponent base. Alright, so icon, molt. Alright. Now, for the base molt, I'm thinking just an arrow, honestly. Like, just, this makes your score go up. How do I express that this makes score go up a lot? I think just an up arrow, because it is. It increases the base up. On the other hand, like, this really only affects it if it's a button that has a... I think I'm okay with an arrow for right now. So that's the base icon. What's next? Next is crit level. So I think for crit chance, what I do is something along the lines of this. I do have smooth stroke on. Let's turn that off for this. I'm thinking like an explosion. Whoops. I think I actually start with it being red. Also, I am going to turn on Smooth Stroke again. No, I can't turn on Smooth Stroke for this. Nah, not a good explosion. It's okay, but it's not good. Eh. That was close. Couldn't keep it up, though. I turned too quickly there. Turn too quickly again. Nah, too rounded of a corner. That works. Gotta get this explosion just right. Gotta make it exemplify crit. Nice. Make sure I get everything in the center. So now I want to do the percentage. A little bit too high up. So yeah, something like that works. The next one is crit level, I think. Yeah. Actually, that was supposed to be first, but it's fine. Oh. Yeah, I guess crit levels should be like probably I should probably make the crit level like a .1 boon. So at first it's a 1. I mean, honestly, a .1 boon, like a, a boon of 1, I think is too much. Because I mean, you can get to the point where you have 20. Like, what would that look like if you had 20? Hold on a second. If you had 20 to the power of, because like let's say you have a crit, right? And you have 10 possible levels, that can go up. So this can go up to as high as like 23 or something. And you do that to the power of 14. Holy moly, you got a lot. You might be reaching points of scientific notation if you do this. The good news, and like technically it can also be times 512, which really doesn't do that much. The good news is you aren't going to hit nan-inf this way. Of course, this is a single button press. Huh. Now, if you let it be by 1, then you're dealing with like 40, which really doesn't make it go up that much. Like, again, like don't get me wrong, E21 and E25, that means you have 4 more zeros. That's a lot. That is in fact A lot. But honestly, is it too much? Not necessarily. Like, it's the it's diminishing returns in terms of scientific notation is how you get diminishing returns. It is the natural diminishing returns. It isn't, oh, 1 plus 1 is 2, which is a massive increase. 2 plus 1 is 3, is it's still pretty good. And then 100 plus 1 is 101, that doesn't matter. It isn't that level of diminishing returns. It is the natural diminishing returns of, oh, you know, I went from 1 to a million. That is, I'm not sure I have 6 zeros. Sorry, not 6. Wait. Yeah, 6. 6 zeros to a million. So it's not that I added 6 zeros there. It's not like, oh, I added 6 zeros, so now I am officially one, you know, what would it be? Like, I'm a 50th of a way to nan-nth. It is, I'm so far away from nan-nth. You'd have to go like 0.0000000000000 etc. 1% away from nan-nth. Tis the nature of scientific notation. I mean, and that's why it's used to represent these really, really, really big numbers. So the fact that we're not even like increasing this exponent or increasing the base, like, don't get me wrong, it has an effect, but it isn't as big of an effect as it's not such a big effect as like stacking explanation. Honestly, I wonder which has a bigger impact. Increasing the base or increasing the exponent. I'm sure like everything, if you balance it, it optimizes it. I don't know. Anyway, did I export this? Did I export the icon crit level? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, otherwise it would say crit level. There it is. Okay. So next we have reactivate chance. I think this one's also pretty obvious. This one's gonna be like a heart. Regen chance. Not a bad attempt at drawing a heart. Not terrible. Need it to be more V-shaped. Too right angle-ish. Too far over to the right. I think I can work with this. Yeah, I can live with that. Alright, now we go to black to draw out the present. Okay. I forgot to say icon for these. Alright. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like I should have a button icon. Maybe I don't worry about that right now. Let me create a folder. Let's call it shop icons. Icon, 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 icon. Where's my XCF? I think that's the file name. Yeah, XCF. Where's my XCF file? Icon SVG. It might just not be showing it because it's not a thing that I can recognize. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the folder. Strange. And child node, plain. Prim. Give me a primitive. Give me cube. Where is cube? Box. Fine. Whatever. Just give it to me. Stop doing the semantics. CSG primitive 3D. You're telling me that didn't come up when I typed in primitive? A decal? This might actually be exactly what I'm looking for. So the first icon is probably going to be longer timer buttons. Yeah. Whoa. That is great. How is it doing this in real time? This is impressive for Godot. Just to be able to project a texture like this, no lag, and like you could just move it around. That's impressive. God damn. Okay, I've given Godot, I've given GIMP some shit, but like this is cool. I'll credit where credit is due. That is freaking sick. But yeah, I should be able to just take this and flip it around, and yep, it just works. It just works. It's so cool. It does get like stuck on the bottom here, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't care about that. You're not gonna be able to see that. You see it. Damn, that is cool. That is super cool. All right, so what will be the second shop icon? I think having quick buttons makes sense for the second shop item. I do want to change the color of this. Maybe something like this. Um, and then we want to do metallic. Give it a little bit of a shine. So what do I think the next thing you should be able to buy is? Probably base malt. I think having base malt, like base malt is simple, it makes sense, it's easy to understand. But yeah, I mean, like, look at this. Look at these decals. It just works. It just works. So next, I think increasing your base mult is sim. I think next I do base mult. This might not be the next thing you unlock though, but it goes with the idea of um, I mean, there's nothing saying that I can't have the shop prices. I can't have the shop prices change or be different, be the same. I can have different scalings of them. So next, I think we do crit chance stuff. To be honest, I think you should be able to unlock crit percent and crit chance before you unlock base level increases. I think that exponential, that should be really, really expensive. It's just like, here it is. You're going to have to wait to buy it though. Because that's going to be pretty impactful. And then last but not least, we have um, regen. I think I decreased the size of these a little bit. 1.9 maybe? 1.75? Oh my gosh, that looks so good. When did they add decals? Oh shit, I've been recording this whole thing. I don't want to record this because this will take a really long time to. This is going to be a very long game jam. I'm going to have a lot of hours of footage, and I don't really want to save that footage to my hard drive. I'm probably not going to make a video about this. This is just going to be a cool stream. Oh crap. Well, that's the end of a Skyward Sword soundtrack. Um, what should I put on next? Do I put on Ultra Kill OST? You know, sure, why not? Gotta love Ultra Kill. I really I can't wait for Treachery to come out and we have the full soundtrack and I'm able to like just have it as one big playlist or one big video. Like I'll be honest, I'll put on the the Fraud OSC just on its own. Like that shit is peak. Yeah, obviously I'm gonna need to do mid shading work, but not right now. What's important now is that you can actually buy these stuff. I also need to actually add this stuff to the data object. So yeah, we have crit level. Oh yeah, crit level and crit chance need to be separate things. Um, so yeah, this needs to be crit chance. I wonder when I should allow you to buy new buttons. I think at first I start you off on the screen that has all the upgrades, and at a point I give you like the access. I say, "Hey, you've been pressing one button for a while now." Maybe after you have like free upgrades, I say, "Hey, now you want to start buying new buttons." Maybe I give you access after your first upgrade. No, maybe I give you access after your third upgrade. But if you decide not to press the lever, no, that feels kind of scummy to just not tell the player. Crit chance, regen chance. Then we need crit level int crit um power level, and then we have public static int base level equals 0. Public static int base levels equals 2. For the standard button, it should start off at 2. Then I think it should go to maybe 3. I think I can just keep this as singulars, so we just go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And again, I think I am going, like, I'm going to allow you to get up to 10 upgrades. Um, but I think I'll only, like, require you to have up to, like, 5 before you're able to buy the final button and win. That way it doesn't become like a slog. Alright, public static int crit power levels equals 1, 2, 3. Do I want it to go up higher? I don't know. Like at first it should be 1. I'm wondering if I should have it jump to 3, 5, 7, 9. Like I think I should, just so crits feel powerful. So I have it go 3, 5, 7, 9. So these first 5 upgrades are really strong. Last 5 upgrade or first 5 levels are really strong. The last 5 aren't. Whoops, that needs to be a that. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to create a piece of UI. Will this show up? It does show up. Nice. And how does it interact with me changing my screen size? It doesn't. Nice. Create a new script. We'll call this. Well, first of all, put it on panel. We'll call it UI Manager. Oh. There we go. And I'll go ahead and drop that onto this right here. Oh, whoops, I am stupid. Where's my UI manager? There's my UI manager. Grab you, go here. Make an instance of it. Public, override, ready, instance equals this if instance equal not equal null, then destroy. I should actually just be able to say dispose, yeah. Okay, and now what I can do is I can say public void show, or I'm just gonna say set state pool show if show. Well, I mean, I should be able to just say UI manager dot show, and I can just set it there. I guess it does make sense to do it here. If show, well, I can actually probably just say show show um if show show else hide. There we go. Public void set text string header string body and I'll have a public um, export public I want a label header public whoops I also gotta say export here, no, not exception, export. Alright, we're gonna make a public label body header text. What? I can add a label to this, right? Add child node label. Yeah. Ooh, a rich text label. Oh, I do like that idea. I actually like that more. At least for the body. Body. Then I will attach a child node. I want a regular label for the header. Move that up. For right now, I'm just going to make it like this. Foo, foo, bar, test. Um, I probably want to increase the size for both of these. Do, 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 do. Where is font size? I would like font size. Oh, that's interesting. You can click on that for that. That's what I think it might do. Text selection. I guess that's just you can like highlight the text. That doesn't really matter. You're not going to be able to because as soon as you, this is only going to pop. This is basically a tooltip. Um, where is font size? Font size. There we go. That looks good. So we'll set that to like 40. Maybe like 24, maybe? So I did that in theme overrides. Right here. Interesting. Interesting. That is actually pretty cool. Theme overrides again, font sizes. Favorite it. And we will set this to probably about 40. Oh yeah, what I was gonna actually look at. Also we want to change this from label to rich text label. Oakley dokley. So now I want to. So yeah, it should be just label.text. I wasn't capitalizing text, was I? No, that's not it. Maybe I have to do like set text. I mean, it is. Oh. Well, I'm stupid. Yeah, no shit. I'm editing the string, not the damn thing. This header dot text equals header. There we go. There we go. Neato. Now we will have a dictionary um, of int to um, string h1 string b1 string h2 string b2. Why is it not like this? Oh, it's using a Godot dictionary. Huh? Oh. Really? It has to be a variant comparable type. No, it doesn't. Shut up. Can I, like, inherent variant? Nope, can't do it. Uh, Alright, Godot, how to make a diction, or how to make a, struct a variant. Ah, yes, my favorite part of the Ultra Kill soundtrack. The part where it just screams into your ear. This truly is the best soundtrack. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, it's the only part of a soundtrack that I don't like. I mean, I don't hate it. Like, it got that beat, but like, they really just said, you know what, we're gonna throw a microwave into a freaking blender and see what happens after and it just gets, I don't even know. So, what is a variant? If a variant isn't an interface, what is it? It's not an abstract class. It's not. What the hell is a variant? There's that. There's that. Oh, I can just close this. Okay. I don't know. You can do iDictionary. Where's the regular dictionary? I want a regular dictionary. I always hate using Godot specifically with dictionaries because of this. I guess I could technically do it as a list, but it would probably have the same problems. I guess I could technically do it as an array. Yeah, that would work. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have a string b1 string h2 string b2 array called tool tip shop tool tips. All of this should be public, so I'm not stupid. Public And that should be able to just say like equals. Actually, this isn't a one of those, it's one of these. Something like that. Wait, why is this saying this? Oh, because I don't have this in it. So the first thing you can buy are longer timers. Then we're going to have increases how long timers count down before the longer you wait, the long. Quicker cooldowns. So what should the second button you unlock be? I think that the spam button is interesting. I think because I'm tempted to say that that should be the second one, simply because it'll give the player more things to do. Gives them more things to focus on. Like, it's not as efficient to press it, but it's not that bad. I think, yeah. Like at the beginning when you only have one button, you get a second button and it's a spam button. Now instead of just sitting there waiting for 5 seconds, now you can press it for those 5 seconds. So I think that's better. Yeah, you have spam button. All right, individual presses give less points. All right. Next up, we have um, X2. Crease. I think I'm gonna call it double points. All right, doubles the number. Press. Doubles the number of points. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. There's not much to say here. Like, the thing is, doubling the points gained, um, what should be the next button on the list? Um, Risky buttons are interesting. Tricky buttons, I think tricky buttons should basically be the last buttons added. I don't know which should be last, tricky or revert or auto. I think I think tricky. I think out of the 5 buttons that are left, obviously final is final. No shit. Um, then you have 4 left. So you have risky, tricky, auto, and reverse. I think that reverse needs to be later because if you get it immediately, now it's something that you can easily focus on. Um, I think that tricky, you need more time with the buttons to understand how they work. I don't think having them third is smart. I think that risky also like I don't know. Auto, I think auto should definitely be near the end because auto doesn't make sense when you have control over the board. When you have control over the board, I think you should unlock standard first, spam second. Honestly, I think you should unlock the last four at the same time because all of them are tricky in a way. They're all interesting. Auto is not as efficient, but it is automatic. Risky has an element of you can lose points now, but you could have a bigger payout. Reverse has a flip of the gimmick. No, I think I split it up. I think I have reverse and auto as the last ones you unlock, and I think I have risky and tricky as the second set you law or the I guess well standard are unlocked from the beginning of the game. Now between risky and tricky, I don't know. Hmm. Between risky and tricky, I mean, like risky can make you lose points. I think it makes sense to show tricky buttons first because there it's still a safe space. Then you get into the risk of losing points. But I think they unlock at the same time. It's just that tricky buttons is first in the list. How long should it take for the timer to disappear? Hmm. I think halfway. I think it makes sense for halfway. All right. I'm happy with that. Next up, we have increase base level. So increase base level. Increases how many points you get. Increases how many hmm. This isn't a good way to describe it. increases the reward. Waiting. Increases the reward for waiting longer to push buttons. I think that makes sense. All right, so that's the second level. So then I need to do crit chance. It is crit chance first, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Crit chance. Increases the probability of a increases the probability of a button being critical when popping up. I think here I should also have a thing. What if I set this to 200? I just realized I could multiply crit and... Like, if you have a crit, it could be double instead of adding. 34. Not that bad. Yeah, or 400 actually. Whoops. 39. Honestly, that's reasonable. That does mean I need to change this. If I make this multiplication, I think it should start at like 1.5. Nah. I think if it was like 20, Nah. I think it should just be a direct addition. It makes more sense that way. So then we have auto buttons and reverse buttons. I think it makes sense for auto to be the last one. All right, cool. What? Oh. Price.text equals price. Then lastly, we have, well, I guess it's not technically last. Yeah, we have crit power. And then we have auto button. Maybe an auto button, Maybe I still give it a high scaling multiple. I still give it a standard scaling multiple, but instead of going off um instead of guaranteed going off at the end, it waits a portion of its time, but it doesn't. Oh, it not. It's not guaranteed to get all the points. I like that idea. I don't know. No, it probably makes sense to just keep it at its standard multiple. Will be pressed on its own. And lastly, we have regen chance. Red button. It. That's a description. Press it. Alrighty then. So now I need to have a public static bool shop type. I'll call it upgrade shop. Mode is upgrade. Equals true. Can I just... No. Dang. Why did it bring me back to 2D? Oh, I guess I do need to be here. What? Huh? Alright, price. This has a font size of 24. All right. Let's see how this looks. Just, just to see. I can probably shrink its size on the right. Bring that in. Bring that in. Now I need to give it buttons. Visibility. There it is. Visible is off. Uh, do I want it to be an empty slot? I don't know. Hmm. The problem with it being an empty slot, I don't think I do. Well, actually, yeah, I can use an empty slot. I don't know why I have it at 2.26. I'm not going to really ask questions. Try to match it. Again, this is just a marker, so it's fine. But this will show me where it is here as well. Failed to correctly scale body empty. Yeah, I'm not super surprised about that. Simply because, like, yeah, it's because it's a, it's because the collision shape's a sphere. I mean, honestly, this should be fine. Well, idea. Set this back to 1, and what I do is I just move this over. And I just have 2 buttons. 2 are free buttons. Honestly, this is probably less efficient than just having 1 big button. Maybe, but like, um, honestly, yeah, I'm just gonna make a shot button. It's fine. I'm fine. Yeah, I mean it's fine. It isn't that big of a deal to make a new button. Can I change what change type? There we go. We want to set this to an area 3D. Um, shape collision shape 3D. We're gonna call this not empty slot. We're gonna call this shop button area. I'll just call it shop button. And then we'll give the collision shape 3D. We'll make this a rectangle, a box cap or box. Um, I think it should be twice as big. Scale. We want this to be maybe a 2. We can probably scale the Z by like 0.5. Sorry, not Z, the Y. Wait, what? A non-uniformly scaled collision shape. Oh, I'm changing the transform. Whoops. I need to change it like this. That's the problem. Yeah, I mean, Godot does not like it when you take, like, it's fine if you're changing the shape of a collision shape, but you have to do it to a collision shape, not to its parent. I don't know the best way to describe it, but, like, it's not that big of a deal. Marker 3D. Two. 0.5. 1. This is twice as big. Set that to 0.5 then. Alright. Now we're going to go ahead and add the button, P button to this. Button. P button. There we go. It has no actuator. It has no screen. It has no clock hands. So we'll just set that to that. Alright, so now grab that shot button that I just made. When did I turn on snapping? I guess I just have to double it again. 4, 1, 2. All right. Copy and paste that everywhere. All right. Whew. So now we got shot buttons. They won't do anything yet. It'll probably throw an error when I click them, honestly. No, it just doesn't do anything when I click them. So the first thing for me to do is I need to have an on hover event. This is gonna be out of scope. Let me do it like this. Um, I want to detect when the mouse enters and when the mouse leaves. Oh, I messed it up. Okay, that's why. Wait, is there a signal that I can co-op for this? Yeah, mouse entered and mouse exited. Nah, I don't need to do a print. I know this will work. So if this happens, I need to say UI manager dot instance dot show. What was the method I made? Set state or set text. What did I call it? Shop tooltips. I made it private, didn't I? No, I didn't. Huh? UI manager dot shop tool tips. Don't frickin' lie to me. I just saw. Oh wait, it's instance. That's why. Um. um. God damn it. What is it? Um. It's not custom. It's when it's static. When it's permanent. When it's constant. That's what I'm looking for. Doesn't like that. Static. Read only. Good backup. Shop tooltips dot. And I want to put in button index. Let me just put in header 1 for right now. Header 1 UI manager dot button index dot b1 price should probably be int price equals price plus price dot to string private void mouse exited button if button type equals shop, then we're gonna say UI manager dot instance dot set state to false. There we go. God damn it! Give me the right. Shut the hell up. Give me button type, damn it. Alright, there we go. There we go. Okay. That is strange. It is not showing it. Do I need to hit build? Oh, that's why, yeah. Okay, that would explain it. There we go. Yeah, I never set the signals up. Now I have the signals. Longer timers, quicker cooldowns, double points, crit chance. Neat! That is exactly what I wanted. That was strange. Okay, it's not letting me click the button anymore. I do have a theory on what could be causing that. Alright, where's the transform? Give me the transform. Where is it? Where's transform? Where's transform? Where's transform? That's offset transform. Where's regular transform? I guess it's in layout. Just set that over there. So yeah, set size. I want to Let's set 89 to 890. I want to see if clicking because of yeah, okay, so that's off the screen now. Can't click the button now. No. Not making sure that's not a fluke. Yep, can't click it. Just doesn't work. Okay. Well, at least it proves that it's not that. Um, I think I am going to go use the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Wah, I'm back. Let me go put that music back on. Before you see, the music is ultra killing it. Alright, now we'll go back to the programming. Yippee! Alright, let's figure out why it's broken now. I won't say that I have no theories. It's just that my theories are probably wrong. Yeah, this does have an on input event. So what is this? So I guess the first question is, is it registering this button? This button being clicked? I think that's question number one. This should be registering. We should see it say foo when we do this. Whenever we hover over any button or we click any button, it says foo, says foo. So it is seeing and clicking it. So then the question is, why is it when I click this, it's not disappearing? It's not giving me the points. Okay. One option is that the button type is wrong, but I doubt that. If I look at the standard button, if I look at the inspector, the area 3D, it has a button type of standard. So that shouldn't be incorrect. Now I go to add points. If it's not countdown, then it returns. Now, once it gets here, alright, so it hits a foo here, and we'll make it hit a foo bar after this return. Because it might not think that's in countdown mode. That might be the problem. No, it's not. That is very, very, very interesting. Alright, I have another theory. Which is weird because I thought this wasn't a problem. But I have a theory that it's hitting the none instead of hitting the standard. I was thinking I was hitting both. But I think the input's being eaten alive by the none. Alright, so we're going to say gd.print pressed button type yep, just do something like that. Let's see what button it's pressing. Because if it's hitting the button, it should work. Well, would you look at that? It's pressing the none, but it's not hitting it. Okay, so it's not going through. Okay, then. I see. That means I essentially need to, if, no, I'm going to cheat. Okay, I'm going to cheat. This is a hacky solution. I should not do this. I'm going to do it anyway because I can. I am simply going to just decrease the size of the shape. We're going to change this from 0.851 to 0.8. Slightly smaller, but now, now instead of having two spheres that are Z fighting on top of each other, because I'm assuming this standard button one is going to be the same thing. Yeah, 8.51. But now, so before it was like this. Now it's gonna be like this. So it's slightly smaller. It's still big enough that you can click it. It doesn't feel weird like if you click it. If you click to the side of it, you're still gonna click it. But now if you have a button there, it's guaranteed to click the button instead. At least it should be. Due to how computers work. Yeah, still standard, still standard. Whoops. I want to make sure the rest of it works. Yep, that works. Again, kind of a hacky solution. I should really get rid of the collider. I'm not going to do that, though, because I don't want to. That's more work. And it should work perfectly fine. But yeah, I can get rid of this message now. No. I'm just going to do it like this. If data objects dot shop models is upgrade. We'll go ahead and take all of this, move it in here. Oh, that can just be else. just gonna take this, put it like this. H2, B2. Hmm. Should prices be equal for everything? I don't know. Nah. What I think I should do is I think prices should be on a scale of like 1 to 14. So what you go ahead and like the price for a button is the same as the price as your first timer upgrade, the first quick buttons upgrade, etc. So this both cost 1. Standard buttons cost 1. Um, spam buttons cost 1. Then everything on the second row that costs the next level. The only thing that costs, so this would cost if the next upgrade's 5, for instance. Once you buy the first upgrade there, it'll be 5. Once you buy, but the second level will already be 5. You won't be able to get double points at first. And then the next row will cost, well, it's not going to be based off of row, but it's going to be categories. Something like this. So prices, it'll start at 1, then maybe 5, then maybe 20, maybe 10, then maybe 100, then maybe 1,000. I don't know if it should be times 10 each time. Because times 10 isn't going to matter as much. Ins, get. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I guess score does need to be a float. Yeah, if I want to use the Mantissa, because an integer can only go up to 2 billion. And I'm going to hit numbers way bigger than that. I mean, I was even before I had these higher base levels. Let's just say, let's just have these first 4 here. Let's try something like this. Probably should do this underneath, honestly. Something like that. Then we'll have a public static int. Well, no, I'll just do it with a switch statement. Um, if it's the first button and you have upgrade shop, price index equals I do have this set to 0. Yeah, it's 0 initially. So timer level, I think that's the right one. Yeah. So timer level is just going to straight up be that. Then we have case 1, where it's going to be quick. What was it? It was like cooldown level. Break, case 2. Then we have molten base. Molt should be higher. I'm thinking like a level 2 thing. Maybe level 3, honestly. Now the base, molt level plus 4, I'd say. So that's going to be the 5th option. Then we have crit chance. I think crit chance should be maybe plus 2. I mean, that's fair. Case 5. Plus 3, I'm thinking, for this. Break. And then we have regen chance. Case 6. So I shouldn't start. I think regen chance should be alongside like I could have it be number of standard or not numbers. For regen chance, like regenning, like I don't think it'd be that powerful, but I do think it's complex enough, so I shouldn't allow it immediately. I'm thinking maybe 2. Eh, maybe 1. Let's set it at 1. So that means you have to have 5 points, and then you can have the chance of regenning. I think that's fine. Then this is going to be um, data objects dot prices price index. So int price index. Switch button index, yeah. Case 0, this is going to be standard buttons. Um, well, hmm. So I want a dictionary of um, button type to int button AMTs. Let me guess. Oh, we can have a variant. Let's see, if I get rid of this, does that... Okay, sweet, that does fix everything. I could just use frickin' dictionaries how they're meant to be used. So tricky, and then data objects dot button amounts. Button type dot How do I do this? Is that right? Oh yeah, because the final button doesn't matter. Alright, so this actually gets a -1 because you start with a standard button. Yeah, spam is going to be there. Then we have tricky and risky. I think both of those should be free. Or +2, I should say. Yeah, it's tricky, then risky. So I think D's should probably be like +5. Something like that. These should be expensive. I don't know. Reverse, I think, can be... maybe not. Maybe like maybe +3. Because, I mean, it's still going to be another pretty massive price range. I think it should be like 7. The heart should... The... The final button should be like price index 7. So you can still go past it. You don't have to buy it, but like... That is how much you need. You need to reach 7, I think is fine. Alright. Why isn't it showing the UI anymore? Where UI? Where UI at? Huh? It does have a shop button. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it. For some reason, the button got changed to final. Probably because I changed the enum values. So yeah, it's the enum 10. I changed 10 to final, and I changed shop to 20. That should fix all my problems. Just doing that. So yeah, longer timers. Price 1, price 1, price 10, price 1,000, price 10, price 100, price 5. Let's make it so you can press the lever. How am I going to make it so you can press the lever, honestly? I probably go ahead and... Do I just make it a button? Probably not. This doesn't need button code. I'll just make a lever script. Alright. Give it the script. Lever. Alright. Signals. Add child node. Area. 3D. Lever. There it is. Add a child. I think I'm just going to use a box, honestly. Maybe 4.5. Looks good. Make both of these 2, 2, 18. There we go. I am not surprised that this is giving me an error, because I don't think I have the prices. 10, 10, 1, 1. So let's go ahead and give it some values. So 1, 5, 10, 100, 1,000. I'm pretty happy with those. Then this being a million, I think makes sense. Yeah. Then we have maybe a billion. That is not a billion. This is a billion. Maybe I give it a 10,000 first. Something like that. 2, 3, 4, 6. Maybe this should be 8. Not 98. No. I mean, these are just testing prices, so we could change them later. All right, all right, all right. I vibe with it. All right, cool. I should probably move that price code into its own method because I'm going to need to get it when actually charging. All right, cool. Let's try this. That does help. It does add the commas. $1 billion. Oh, I can say N0. And that'll give me that. That should remove it. That should remove the decimal places. Yep, 1, 10, 10, 100, 1,000, 5, 1, 1, 10, 10, 100, 100, 100 million. That's a bit. That's a little bit, you know. Um, Let me go ahead and change the music. I don't think I'm gonna put on Mario Kart Wii music. I don't know. What should I put on as the next soundtrack? You know what? Yeah, it's a good time for the Minecraft soundtrack. The classic. So yeah, now I need to, first of all, I guess I should probably go in and I should reformat, um, how the button calculates its score. So yeah, those five all work like that. Obviously, auto shouldn't do anything. Time remaining minus float delta. If time remaining is less than 0. If countdown, then. Eh, you know what? Nah, I'm not gonna edit this yet. I think the next most important thing for me to, well, yeah, I probably should. But all this is countdown. This is, I guess I can do the risky equation first. So if you fail, what it's going to do is it's going to go here. It's going to use this equation right here. This is how much you'll lose. Eh, no. I'm not going to work on it yet. Yeah. Add points. I should do this up here. If not countdown, return. And this is because technically auto is not going to have this. So yeah, what we do is we do time spent equals But if we have, so yeah, if we have, for instance, half a second remaining, then it's going out of like a second. It'll be 1 minus 0, and it'll give you 1 point. Now, if reverse button type, give me the actual variable, please. If the button type is button type.reverse, then we're going to say time spent equals just the time remaining int. So let's say I have half a second. Well, I guess I should do something like time remaining dot ceiling. So yeah, I'm doing float dot ceiling simply so that way I guarantee have a highest number. So if I have, you stop the clock at 0.8 seconds, it'll count that as 1 for this purpose. So as long as you click it in the first second, it'll count. So yeah, int float ceiling time remaining. No, that would be too broken if you had a long button that could be held, that like held itself longer. Plus, there's already an upgrade that does that. I don't feel like it, I feel like that'd be redundant. So then you have the base value is 2. Um, spam is 1.75. Risky and tricky are 3. That's 4 of the buttons. There's 6 total, right? Yeah. Reverse. I don't know. I feel like reverse, since it's more expensive, but it's not really more expensive. Getting your first on the field is more expensive than getting your first standard button on the field, but I wouldn't consider that to be more expensive. I don't think there's like a button tier list in the same sense that there's like getting a button. I don't know. It's additive I think is the best way to put it. So I think it's fine that reverse doesn't do that much or auto doesn't do that much since it's still being affected by your upgrades. You still want to buy them, and they will be cheaper than other things because if you do not buy them, because the prices are all cumulative. So I think this is fine. I think it's fine for it needs to be based off of merits, not when you unlock it. And there is no merit to a reverse button really. Like sure it's going to screw with your perception of it because you don't want to wait on it, you want to do it immediately. But I would say that it's still really simple. With a tricky button, it turns itself off after it hits a 50% mark. So you now have to focus and try to figure out when it's going to be over. And risky, you have to make sure you do not miss that. Also, with the risky button, I've been wondering if I should include a pause menu. I don't think I should. I think not having a pause menu makes it stressful, and I think it being stressful is good. Then again, if you have like one risky button and you go to the bathroom and it's like, oh shit, now I lost all my score, I think that'd be kind of unfun. I don't know um which human condition I need to try to exploit. Do I exploit the stress or do I exploit the good game design? I mean, I guess that's not really a human condition. It's not like it's an exploit. I don't know. I don't know how to speak. But that's the idea. I think so. Yeah, reverse I think is fine. Auto I think is fine. Because auto, I don't know. Like the fact that you cannot fail auto, I feel like it has to be worse. I feel like I have to make it worse. But like, does it really deserve it? The problem is I can't just say like, oh, it's going to be worth 1.1 because then it's worthless. Then it's worthless. Why would I want it as a button? And I think that might actually be fine because like you only have 56 slots to buy buttons. Once those are full, no more. You don't get to like sell buttons or anything. You have your buttons till you win. So I think it's fine if I have a risky button option. Like adding an auto button, yeah, sure. It helps. It is guaranteed points, but it's not as good as getting anything else. Anything else would be better. Now, another option is that the auto button, and I honestly kind of want to lean towards this, where the auto button, it gives you the normal amount of points because, again, scaling is really, really high. When you get up to 14 seconds, you don't want to stop at 12 seconds. You want to get those 14 seconds because those last 2 seconds will do more than literally than like the last, than, yeah, basically the last 12 due to it doubling. So I think it would be bad if I turned down the scaling. I think it would be better if it instead just had a longer charge time. Maybe its cooldown is just like 1.5 as long. I think honestly, yeah. I think that's what I want to do. I think I want to have auto be, yeah, I think I'm going to make auto. So right here when I go do the countdown, um so once it fails, that's fine. Um if auto button type equals button type dot auto, then it adds points. And then instead of doing time remaining data objects current cooldown, it does, so yeah, if, well, I can just do this times um button type equals auto cooldown equals button type dot auto question mark, then it's 1.5 f, otherwise it's going to be 1. So yeah, that way you just have, it's not as good, but it's still useful. It's still going to be giving you points. It's still a very good button to get. It's still something to strive for. Um, and you still want to fill your board with them, but it isn't necessarily as fast. I think that's a good balance decision. Um, so yeah. So now what we can do is, I guess now I should also go ahead and implement the rest of these things. So, well, honestly, I should probably make it so you can actually buy them first. Well, let's do that now. So case is none, case is any of these, and it does that. Case is button type dot shop. Let's make a private um, void try to buy from shop. Well, actually, I should make two things. Try buy upgrade. Um, I should go ahead and pass in the bool. Well, no, I know it's upgrade. So I just need to pass in an int button index. Just like that. Pass that in. If um, data mint data objects dot shop models is upgrade, then we're going to try by upgrade. Button index. Else private void try by button int button index else try by button index break. So if I try to buy an upgrade, if data objects dot score is greater than or equal to get shop prices of true button index, then we're going to say data objects dot current score minus equal get shop price. No, it's still true. I'm going to say, and then I'm going to say switch switch button index, and it did a stupid. Okay, thank you for doing a stupid. I very appreciate that. I appreciate it so much. I'm so happy you did a stupid. Good job. Case 0. What we're going to do is timer button, timer level, data objects dot timer level plus plus I guess that's one thing that I could do. I'll worry about the edge cases later. So plus plus timer level, plus plus, or I'm going to say data objects dot current timer equals data objects dot levels timer levels something like that. The only thing is I have to do this for each of them. Thankfully, there's only 7 things to do this for. So this is going to be the cooldown. Dot cooldown level. Data objects dot current cooldown equals data objects dot cooldown levels. Data objects dot cooldown level. Break. The next one is it crit? No, it's molt. Molt level. Data objects dot current molt equals data objects dot molt levels. Data objects dot molt level. Break. Case free. Plus plus data objects dot base level. Then we have data objects dot base cur base equals data objects dot base levels base level break case 4, and this one's going to be crit chance. It's actually going to be crit chance level. Data objects dot crit chance. Is it current? I guess not. Crit chance equals data objects dot crit chance levels. Break case 5 plus plus data objects dot crit level pow level. And we're gonna have data objects dot crit level crit power equals data objects dot crit level pow levels. Data crit power level. So that was crit power level, so now we just have regen. Crit chance level, data objects dot regen chance equals data objects dot regen chance levels, regen chance level. Neato! We should be able to actually do this now. We should be able to buy upgrades. We add 1, we buy 1. So now the next one should be free. Here we got 4. Quicker cooldowns. Okay, when I buy it, I should also update that. 16. We can buy quicker, much quicker cooldowns now. That's 64. We can buy that. Crit chance. Regen chance. $102. So now we can get even quicker buttons or longer timers. So I'll go for longer timers. $256. Cool. $256 again. Neat. So I definitely think my earlier prices are too low. Well, I don't know. I might need more levels of upgrades. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do for the buttons. I'm gonna draw their circle and I'm gonna put an icon in it to represent what it does. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, let's make these icons. So we'll start this off at maybe 3, 3, and we'll have its size be 58 because that's 64 minus 6. All right. So the first one is definitely going to be red. Well, actually, I should make this like the outer ring. So this will be another. Maybe it gives it like 2. So it'll be at 8 or no, 5, 5. That'll be 60 or 54. Could step 5. 54, 54. That looks good. I don't know. Do I put a timer inside of it? I think I do. So maybe the timer goes something like that. 12, 12. So minus 24. So it's going to be 40 for both of these. Something like that. I'm using pencil. Oh, this should go on a separate layer. Should I make the reverse button go actually in reverse? Probably, yeah. Nah, it looks still weird. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't feel centered. No, that's way too far. Like, why is it doing perfect doubles? I don't want it to do perfect doubles. I want it to not do that. That's too far. Come on. Man, I've just been lost and fought for the last 5 minutes probably. Sorry about that. Just trying to draw a decent clock. Alright. So now, I think this works as our standard button. Shop icons. Layer, color, 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 color. Where's color? Color balance. So for the spam clicking, I don't know, like, I guess I should ask, what should color theory be? What color theory should these buttons be? I think obviously standard, it's pressing a button. It's gotta be a red button. Like, come on, it has to be a red button. The final button, also big red button. It's gotta be it has to be a big red button. It has to be. It fundamentally has to be a big red button. Because, like, come on. My logic argument is, come on. Just think about it for a second. Um, the rest are a little more up in the air. Not all of them. Auto is definitely gray because, like, it's an automatic thing. It's like a robot. You gotta have it be. It's gotta be gray. Heck, I'm tempted to say that it shouldn't even be a classic standard button. It should be like a capsule, and the capsule just goes up and down like the what's the game? There's like a game. It's not Bop It. Bop It's a different thing. Um, but it's a game where in the middle of it you have a like a bobble. You slap it and it shakes the dice in it. I don't know. I'm probably not going to do that because that would require me to make a whole new button design, and that would take a while, and I don't have a while because this is a game jam. Haha. Um, but yeah, auto is definitely gray. Um, So that leaves reverse, tricky, risky, and spam. I don't know what it is. Spam should be yellow. I don't know why, but like it feels right that something that you can mash is yellow. I don't know what it is, but like it's just like when I envision what would a button that you spam is, my first mind is this yellow button. I don't know why. I don't know what form of color theory there is for this, but it's got to be yellow. Also, I don't know if you actually can read my notes because YouTube compression. If you cannot, I'm sorry. But yeah, I think that spam buttons have to be yellow. I don't know what it is, but there's like a specific type of yellow that I'm thinking of. It's probably gonna be a lot of. Is it literally? Wait, it's cyan and yellow. Wait, what? What do you mean adjust color level? Oh, because these are negative. If I set these to 0, hmm. Yeah, there we go. How, why is this yellow? I literally turned down the yellow. That's weird. Color is weird. Now, how do I signify on the actual, like, clock face that this is something that you can spam? I think one option is you just have several clock hands. How do you signify it? I don't like the idea of multiple clock hands, but let's try it. If I just draw several clock hands, what? Give me a brush. If I do like a clock hand here, a clock hand here, and a clock hand here, that looks like a spider or like a crack. I think if you have three though, like that actually kind of makes sense. Like it's kind of vibes based. But like what would free hands mean? It means more time, more hand, more power, maybe like just on a monkey brain sort of I see this, I think more. And of course, it doesn't need to be super specific because as soon as the player hovers over it, oh, it's spam button. I press it multiple times. Okay. I think this makes sense. I don't know how to explain it, but I think this makes sense as a design. When I think of this, I think more. Compared to red, it's more. All right, next button. What is my next button? The next button is it is tricky. So tricky, I think, is an obvious one. Tricky is well, I actually don't know what color I should use. But one obvious thing for its design is going to be you take a ellipse. You take the ellipse, and then you just have half the clock blocked off. I do actually need also to have a hand here. That is not a pencil. I'm thinking green, honestly. The tricky should be green because it's like poison, poison, tricky, tricky, poison. Like jungle, twisty. Like green has that color vibe. Again, literally just going off of vibes in order to decide this. But I think it makes sense. So we want this to look green. Why is this gray? Huh? Why is yellow and magenta and no cyan gray? Oh, it's saying it's cyan to red. Why is this yellow? Well, yeah, that works. Tricky button. So now the question is, what should risky button be? I think risky button, I need to have like a warning sign in front of it. And I think the color needs to be like orange. So yeah, shadows don't do anything. Um, but yeah, this needs to be like a fiery red, a fiery orange. All right. So now inside of this, we're gonna draw like a little warning sign. I always click. I always set it to frickin' pencil. I think this warning sign needs to be big, even if it goes on top of um, the clock times. No, that's not a good enough yellow. Let's just color inside the lines. Honestly, this one I should probably use pencil on. And I'm thinking like a nice red exclamation point in the center. I'm thinking it should either be red or black. I'm not sure which it should be yet. Yeah, I think that pops. Yeah, I vibe with that. So now we're going to go for the reverse button, which should be, I would say it should be on the blue side. Maybe something like that. And then we go to highlights. Yeah, that's the nice sort of baby blue, kind of light blue that I'm looking for. All right. So now, how do I describe that it's a reverse? I think the only way I can is by using the original hand, and then I draw like an arrow on top of it that has it going the other way. Wrong color and wrong pen. Something like that. That kind of works. Reverse button. Neat. So now we got a reverse button. Um, what would I say the last button should be? Well, I mean, so for auto, honestly, I think it might just be a blank clock face, so that you have no control over it. First of all, though, duplicate layers. Honestly, yeah. Icon auto button. All right, and that leaves us with what should the final button look like? I don't know. Because it's a big red button. I don't think I can use these buttons, honestly. I think I'm gonna have to make a completely separate one, which is fine. So 58 and make this 15. No, it probably should be like 6. 25. Um, 52. Yeah. Yeah, something like this. So then we can go ahead and we can do another layer. And I do want to have a little bit of accentation on this. Don't want to just have it be blank. So maybe a darker red will work for this. Something like this. Just to give it that curvature. Honestly, yeah, that's kind of the vibe. No, not this shit. Why is that an option to do that to your dang? Yes, yes, iPhone. I know you're very dumb. Feels a little off still. That needs to be lower. Yeah, that works. That's the vibe. And I think I draw exclamation points inside of it. Yeah. Something like this, maybe? I do think it needs just some exclamation points on the side. Nah, I'm not going to be able to draw like a skull on the top. I don't have that skill to do that at that perspective. Alright. I feel pretty happy about that. At least for now. Cool. That was a Control D. Shift D is Blender. Um, Duplicate Control D, yeah. Transform. Negative 0.1 rotation around the X by 180. Where's my standard button? Standard button. Where is you? So yeah, now we have fist on the bottom, and if we do this, it just flips around, it just works. It's so cool. Spam button. All right. Um, this is going to be tricky buttons. Negative 0.1, 180. Oh, whoops. That needs to be 0. This needs to be 180 on the x-axis. On the y-axis, it will not do anything. I'm still really impressed by how Godot does this with the decals. Like, the fact that it's in real time onto any surface in the game world, that is impressive. Like, just fundamentally. That is very impressive to me. So now we need risky buttons. Boop. Then transform. Negative 0.1 and 180. Next one, decal, Control D, textures. This is going to be reverse button. Then to transform, negative 0.1 and then 180. Then we have um, auto button. All right. Then one last decal. Hmm. So yeah, you could probably get rid of a final actuator material. I'm gonna need to make it. That's gonna need its own set of things. And nah, I should call it screen material. Also, this, the button pushing device. Screen, enable path. Hmm. It very clearly is not using that material. If I look at it in game, yeah, definitely not using it in here. So why isn't it? Well, whatever. I'll just drag this on right now. Huh? That would go in its material override slot. Oh. Wait, what? There it is. Boom. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, because I had dragged on a debug material earlier. So yeah. Hmm. So what should I do now? I guess one thing I can do is I can say P button here where it says if shop in the process I can instead put you here, else if shop button type equals button type dot shop, then I'm gonna want to do blah 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 return. Hmm. So what I can do is I can do a float target rotation equals um, debug, no, data objects dot, we're going to have shop is model upgrade question mark. If it is the shop, then if it is upgrades, then it's going to be 0. Otherwise, it's going to be 180. Actually, I think it's in radians. Um, well, we can change it later. If hmm, now one thing I have to note is um, the shop buttons. This is the shop button right here, and that's a problem because I don't want this to rotate. I want this to rotate. And because of that, rotation of in Euler angles in radians. Okay. See, that is in Euler angles. So equals vector free dot right times new rotation. So target rotation. So either it's going to be 0 or it's going to be mathf dot pi. If how do I rotate it? Because I want it to rotate, but I don't want it to stop rotating. How do I do this? God, my brain is not mathing. After streaming for 5.5 hours, it is not, my brain not braining. There's a shot button dot rotation x is not equal to the target rotation. Then we're going to say how do I do this? Is there like a rotate towards? I might be overcomplicating this. No, I don't. There's not like a rotate towards. Gosh, how do I do this procedural animation? This has been a long time with no chat. I haven't like missed chat, have I? No. I know YouTube's messed that up before. Hmm. Yep. Maybe because if instead of saying go towards a point, I say go away from a point. Like if I say I have point rotation 1 and I have rotation 2, the new rotation. If the new rotation, no, that wouldn't work. Because technically, 359 is farther away than 358 from 0 if you don't lerp it correctly, if you don't use angle lerp. Ugh. God damn it. Alright, so the distance is going to be equal to... The problem is it's a circle. So let's say I just say it is minus target rotation. So this means that shot button rotation X minus target rotation. So if my shot button is rotated 0 and this is rotated and it's supposed to be rotated 0, it's 0 distance. If it's 90 versus 0, then it's 90. If it's 180, then it's 180. If it's 270, then it's 270. At max, it can be 180. So if a distance is over 180, then I know that it's backwards. I guess I should use like float cur rotation equals shop button dot rotation dot x if co-rotation is greater than 360, while see, I know now that current rotation needs to be bounded between 0 and 360. It won't be negative, so I don't have to worry about that. However, distance can be negative, because if my target rotation is 180, obviously, hmm, so yeah, my distance is greater than 180. Because if the target rotation is 180, because current rotation can only be between 0 and 360, it can never be out of bounds. But if it's 180, or if it's 0, then it can be. But that's only if it's greater than 180. So let's say I have 181 and I have 3. So then it should be um, plus target rotation minus shop rotation. Or, sorry, curve rotation. So yeah, 360 plus target rotation. Because then if it's 181, then it'll say, oh, that's greater than 180. 360 plus target rotation, which is 0. So that's 360 minus 181. That's going to be 179. Hmm. The problem is now I'm dealing with numbers from either 0 to 180, 180 to 0. Well, I guess what I can do is, wait, co-rotation minus target rotation means that if it's here, that's going to be 0 minus 180. So that's going to be negative 180, and that's going to be positive 180. I guess I can do math absolute value. So something like that should work. Because then, if the target value is 180 and my value is 0, it's going to be 0 minus 180. That's 180 after the absolute value. I have 90, then it's going to be, you know, 90 minus 180. That's negative 90. That's 90. If distance um, let's say is greater than 1, well, first of all, let's say it's less than or equal to 1. Then we're just going to say curve rotation equals target rotation. Or sorry, here we actually do need to set it. We need to say shot button dot rotation dot x equals target rotation. Sorry, I need to say uh, vector free dot right times target rotation. Else let's just see how this works. Equals vector free times current rotation plus some speed variable. Let's just say 10 for now. Times delta. But of course, delta's a double for some goddamn reason. So we gotta turn it into a float. Mm. Ah. Yeah, that'll do it. Yep, I know what the bug is. So you know how I now require a shot button here? Yeah, I need to actually put those in. All right, let's try that again. Good news, that looks really silly. Bad news, that's not really what I'm looking for. Why is it forever spinning? Okay. Ah. Well, no, because current rotation should be... How do I determine how far to spin? I do not know. The shot button rotation can be equal to right times. Um, I mean, basically what I want to do is I want to know, does the new rotation go past it? How do I do that? Um, I don't know. I think I'll come back to this. I think I'm gonna go eat dinner. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna stream later tonight. I might. But yeah, see you guys later. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Good.